It is not clickbait. It is not clickbait. It is not clickbait, sadly. Bro, y'all know me. I don't be clickbaiting like that. Y'all know me, bro. I don't be clickbaiting. Nah, that shit's real. It's very unfortunate, but it is indeed real. Off topic, but this is Yakuza music hard. This is Yakuza 3, the new one. I haven't played the new one. Well, I mean, it's a remaster of 3. I've already played 3, but you get my point. Oh, man, bro. Oh, today is crazy. Today's been a crazy, crazy day. Today's been a crazy, crazy day, bro. Oh, I don't even know where to start, bro. I don't even know where to start, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Okay, so if you haven't heard, this is it. This is the news right here. Jeez, bro. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, what is up, chatters? How's everybody doing? I haven't asked you guys how your days was. That's how bummed out I am right now. Like, this shit came out of literally nowhere. It has 20 million views on Twitter. 20 million. It came out of literally. I woke up to this shit. It's like probably the worst shit to wake up to, bro. Like, some of my friends, this is their mainstream game. Like, Dazia, this is her mainstream game. I wonder what she's gonna do now. Like, it's just so cooked. Oh, man. I don't even know where to start, bro. That shit's fucked, bro. That shit's fucked, bro. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. What's today? Today is Thursday. Anyways, so yeah, if you guys have not heard, Riot put out a statement today at like 3 p.m. saying that it's with a heavy heart. The Play2X team shares an update about the future. Active development will end in December, so that's in like literally what, 4 months? Like what? That's ridiculous. It's in 4 months that the game ends development, and the final content update will go live October. Like, what? Servers are gonna stay online though, at least, but like, it's not getting any more updates. There's no more updates coming to the game at all, and in-game purchases made before August 20 will be refunded. So I mean, at least every purchase you've made, like, for example, I bought the arcane bundle, which was like $99. It was like $100 bundle, but the arcane skin was sick. I don't regret it. You get refunded at least, but like, they had to put that last part in because that would have been crazy. People would have been pissed. I haven't heard anyone angry. Most people are just sad, or they're angry at Riot. Bro, this is just the reality of fighting games. The reality of fighting games is that fighting games are very niche. But the issue is that not the Play2X scale team. The Play2X scale team is fine. The higher ups at Riot, like the shareholders and shit, like the investors, their expectations for this game were probably so astronomically high that like they were out of touch. Like, they had to have been out of touch, because this makes no sense. They have to have been completely out of touch, because everyone knows fighting games numbers aren't that crazy. Like, for example, let's look at Street Fighter. Obviously is the most popular fighting right now. In Japan, that shit gets like 30k every night. Like, after midnight, Street Fighter 6 has like 30k players every single night. Let's go to Street Fighter. How much people are playing Street Fighter right now? 12k right now. It's about to go up. It's about to go up later tonight. It's about to be midnight, because Japan loves this game like crazy. So this is like the only fighting game that reaches like around 50k and stuff. Guilty Gear, this thing hovers around like 1k, 2k, 3k, something like that. Yeah, 1k. Even DBFZ hovers around like 1k, and this game is old as hell. 500 players right now. Okay, like, fighting games don't get that high. Tekken just updated yesterday. They added Bob. It's probably like 3k. Oh, it's 5k. That's good. Like, fighting games only hover around like 1,000s of players. If your game is dead, Fatal Fury, even though the game is dead, it hasn't even went over 500 players if I'm correct. Yeah, this game is dead. It didn't even show up here. I'd have to like look it up. Fighting games are very niche. And this is only Steam. Like most of these games are crossplay. Every game here I've listed here is crossplay. Like, yeah, 24-hour peak, 200. Like, but this doesn't matter for Fatal Fury because they have infinite money since they're backed by SNK and Saudi and stuff. They have infinite fucking money, so it doesn't matter how bad the game is or how dead the game is. But still, my point is, fighting games are extremely niche. So like when you have why are you putting? Okay, somebody in my YouTube chat is crazy. Yeah, he's bad. But when you have fighting games like that, where like your investors are expecting that high of money, it's like, I mean, of players, it's crazy, bro. What about Grand Blue? Grand Blue probably hovers around like 500 players as well. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Like, I'm assuming, I mean, yes, 2X is a free game, yes. 2X probably hovers around like 10,000 players, but that's not enough. That's not enough for them. Right, the big higher ups at Riot wants them to be like probably 100k, 50k plus or something like that. And even then, the game is free. They want those people buying bundles. If no one's buying bundles, they're not getting any money. And those bundle prices are crazy. Like, I literally had to pay $100 for Arcane bundle. Like, if I wanted to get the map, I have to buy a bundle. Like, what do you mean? Like, I wanted to get one map. Like, you have to buy a bundle for a character. Like, there's no way you can just get the map separately. Like, the monetization was crazy, but that's just Riot. That's average Riot stuff. But like, it's just sad, bro. Like, unfortunately, 2XKO is owned by Riot, so like, their expectations, I don't know what their expectations are for the game. It's just way, way, way too high. And no, there's no world a fighting game was ever gonna reach that. And it's a tag fighter, because you got to think about it. Fighting game skill ceiling is high, and the skill floor is high. It's very hard to get into fighting games, and the ceiling is high, and the floor is high as shit. Granted, even when there's no command inputs, it's still high. It is very hard to get people to play fighting games. Even teach people fighting games. I dread teaching people fighting games because it is so much work, bro. That's why, like, for example, when Elias said she wanted to learn Tokon, I got scared as shit. I'm like, oh, yikes. Like, yikes. That's gonna be kind of hard, because it's not as easy as like, oh, Smash or Brawlhalla or something like that. And God, our game didn't work, bro. It's just like, it's so hard to teach a new player fighting games without getting them to give up, because 9 times out of 10, someone new to fighting games is gonna give up. It's hard to teach them without them giving up, because there's so much shit to learn. It's very scary. Because like, if you show them even you can say the wrong terminology, they'll quit. Their brain will be scrambled. If I say, instead of recovery, I say Oki. What? Oh, do 2H, 5H, J6H into 236, bro. Yo, I mean, to me and you, if you're playing fighting, you know what I'm saying right now. But like, to your average person, what the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying right now? But yeah, fighting game skill ceiling is very, I mean, the floor is very high. So like, it is very hard to get people to play fighting games. It's a very niche industry, which is why people of streamers and stuff don't get that high of numbers, viewership and everything. People don't get that high of numbers, but we know going into this, we're not going to get that high of numbers. We play this shit for the love of the game, but their investors or shareholders or whatever, they don't understand that like, fighting games are niche. You can't expect it to start off, especially when you're doing a tag fighter and it launches with 8 characters. You can't expect it to have 100k players plus. There's just no shot. There's just no shot. But it's just truly unfortunate, bro. But yeah, they put out this saying development's gonna end in December, and servers are gonna remain online. They're unlocking every champion, and we're bundling most cosmetic items, and we're funding everybody's money spent before August 20. So before today, anything that you bought can get refunded. So how much money have I spent on 2X? I've spent probably like $200 or something. I'm getting that back because I bought the Arcane bundle for $100. Did I buy a pool party? I don't think I bought a pool party or nothing like that. I bought Blood Moon. I bought Old Man Yacht. I bought a few things. So I'm pretty sure I'm getting like a $200 back or something like that. But yeah, they had to put this last part in because people would have been pissed if they weren't gonna get their money back. When the game hasn't been out for like, game's only been out for a year, no? Or 2x scale launch. This game's only been out for a year. Has it been a year? It hasn't. It came out January 20th. Officially released January 20th. PC Early Access was October 7, 2025. It hasn't even been a year, even for Early Access for PC. Because remember, console didn't have it till January. That's cooked, bro. That's cooked, bro. But, bro, they put out this whole I don't even want to read this. It's gonna be sad. I feel so bad for the dev team. Like, I mean, yeah, we kind of saw this coming because of the disabling KO point purchases, preparation of upcoming ultimate bundles, refunds with disabling ability to pay. Oh, you can't even buy points no more. Damn, bro. That's fucked. That's fucked. I feel so bad for the where's the roadmap? I think they dropped the roadmap. I gotta find it. Where is it? Hold on. They put a roadmap out up until the game's closing. Here it is. This is everything that's gonna drop until the game's closing. Oh, that's so sad, bro. This is everything dropping until the game's closing. Is my camera blocking it? Oh, the music thing's blocking it. But yeah, they're gonna have an ultimate bundle right here. September is gonna be Lux. October, November is gonna be Samira. All champions are gonna be unlocked. Expanded private lobbies and voice chat. October, November, and then yeah, this is the end. All refunds distributed. Hold on. What the hell? Act development ends. All servers remain online at least, but all refunds distributed. And yeah, this, bro. I wish they would revert this, bro. Can we at least like? Are we at least gonna get like? Damn, I can't. That's not. I was gonna say, can we at least get some patches still? But that's development. They're closing development. So whoever is like broken at the end of the game is gonna stay that way. They're gonna stay that way, bro. That is over. It's over, bro. It's over. If your character's trash, then your character's trash. Then that's so sad, bro. But yeah, not a good day for FGC if you are a fighting game enjoyer, even of any sort. Like, this is not gonna set a good precedent for like for fighting games in the future. This is gonna scare people. Like, even then, remember when Riot was apparently making like a platformer, but then they got scared from multiverses. There was rumors about Riot making a platform fighter, but a multiverse scared them into like not going through with it or something like that. There was rumors about that a long time ago. After multiverse shut down, but funny enough, multiverse lasted even longer now, which is crazy. But damn, bro, it's very hard to profit off a fighting game if it's free. I mean, it's already very hard to profit off fighting games in general, but like if it's free, actually, I really don't want to believe that it's very hard to profit off fighting games if you like do good monetization and actually drop skins. Unlike another game, I won't say, but like we're probably not gonna get another free fighting game, at least 2D fighter, for a while. Oh man, this is gonna scare a bunch of people into making free fighting games. But like they had it just that. Because this game took like what 10 years to develop, but they switched it. The game changed a lot because the game started off originally 1v1, remember? And then like in 2020 they changed it to 2v2. That's crazy, man. And then the game dropped with 8 characters. I mean, I don't want to say I didn't see this coming, but I didn't see it coming this soon. Because obviously I knew 2xk was hurting. It wasn't doing that well. Because I barely see people talk about it on Twitter. There's nobody streaming it that much other than like the few people that main this as their stream game. That's so sad, bro. Because I genuinely enjoy the game. Funny enough, I like the combat in 2X more than Tokon. The combat in 2X is more fluid to me. The mix and all that stuff I like it more in 2X. I was just saying this the other day when I was playing Tokon. But shit, I gotta like Tokon now. Does he have mad potential, but updates took forever? That is true. That is true. 8 characters risky for launch. I get how that's concerning. This shit sucks, bro. It's so sad.
Tuesgo had mad potential, but updates took forever.
That's so sad, man. So now we just wait for September. Lux is gonna be next month. And then Samira, I don't know if they're gonna be fully. I mean, surely they're gonna be fully fleshed out. But there's a lot of people that don't work. I just told you guys about this yesterday. Actually, or the day before yesterday, I was telling you guys I'm kind of sad right now. A lot of my friends just got laid off, and now today I wake up. The game is over. I was talking about Riot. I didn't say it, but I was talking about Riot because I didn't want to. Obviously, I don't want to talk about Riot. Like I don't want to say that, but. Yes, this is what I was talking about. I didn't know the game was shutting down, but I told you guys a few days ago, I was like, I'm kind of sad right now. A bunch of my friends just got laid off. This was what I was talking about, but I didn't know it was pertaining. They got laid off pertaining to this. That's fucked, bro. And yesterday, like, I saw a Riot thing on Twitter. I was like, wait, did 2XKO just shut down? It didn't shut down. But then I wake up today, it actually happened. That's fucked. That's so fucked, man. But yeah, it's just so sad, bro. Like it's hard to for the staff, bro. Bro, the staff is awesome, bro. The staff for Riot is awesome. And well, like the 2XKO team, they're actually so cool. They're awesome people, fun to talk to, and it was a blast hanging out with them. But most of them don't work there anymore. They got laid off, sadly. It's just because like. I feel like the expectations is that the game will drop. It's gonna sell millions and millions and millions. That's just not realistic. Their expectations, I want to know what their expectations are because that shit had to been like way out of proportion, way higher than what they expected. Like I don't know. This should have been uncapped ages ago. What? This should have been uncapped. Like I don't know, man. That's so sad, bro. I didn't like it that much. After a while, it still hurts. Yeah, because like, I mean, I can understand people that don't want to play it now. Like most of my friends would say, "Oh, I'm gonna just wait till the game gets way more characters." And like the game is actually like when Lux and Samira got revealed, I literally said, "Damn, the game is actually starting to build a full roster now. It's actually starting to look like a game. Like you're not seeing the same characters every tournament." And like there's well, other than Ari, the game's actually starting to get characters. It feels actually pretty fresh when you watch competitive plays somewhat, other than I guess Ari. But now it's like, damn, where I had no realistic expectations. Fighting games are still relatively niche by the growth. I just think they thought they control the whole esports scene. Bro, like I want to know though, what were their expectations to where this didn't meet it, to where they're just full on chopping development or cutting development a year in? Like, no, like. Like, holy shit. It hasn't even been a year. Now I said a year in. It hasn't even been a year. That's insane, bro. It hasn't even been a year. That's so sad. Multiverses lasted longer. Bro, that's ridiculous. How did Bro, what? Damn, I'm never gonna get to play Yone in this game. That's sad. All my dreams of playing Yone are never gonna happen. Sajam won. He got his Samira. I didn't get my Yone. Now, realistically, Sajam loses because anything he touches dies, apparently. Wait, no, that is true because this game is dead now. Literally any game Sajam touches dies. I'm never gonna get to see this. This isn't real. This is never gonna happen. I'm never going to see Yone in 2X. That's so sad. Sajam's fault confirmed? Are you gonna play Della again? I don't know, man. I don't know anymore, bro. I don't know what to do anymore. Bro, fucking the PC client of 2X, of Tokon doesn't even work. 2X is shutting down. Rivals is in an insane state at the moment because you have to play Bucky or Elsa every single match, or else you just can't play DPS. Or you gotta fight Magneto thing. Like, bro, oh my god. Where do I go, bro? Where the fuck do I go? This is one of the worst seasons ever, yeah. Bro, it's just because, like, well, at the start, it was fun. But once people figured out what was meta, oh my god, I don't want to play Rivals right now, bro. It's so hard to play on my main account right now on Rivals. That you can only play like 5 tanks right now or some shit. Cause it was fun at the start when the season first came out, but then like once people figured out what's good, it's impossible to get away with the bad shit. It's like it feels like how it is for arena fighters. It's so fun at the start when an arena fighter first comes out, but then like a couple weeks later or a month after people figure out the broken shit, it's not fun to play the game no more because you have to play the broken shit or you're gonna lose. That's how it was with Sparking Zero. That's how it is with like almost every arena fighter ever. Yeah, the Kingsman clip. I didn't watch the full clip, but I know it's disgusting. But yeah, regardless, this 2XKO shit is sad, bro. Damn, bruh. Gaming is cooked. We see the quotes. Oh, I read this from Ludwig. Riot is insane. Mark Merrow has the company to choke where if the game doesn't make $1 billion instantly, he shuts it down. That's how it feels though. Because what do you mean the game is already getting shut down? Like, it's a fighting game. You're not gonna give it room to like grow, build the community, no nothing. It's either you just get the money or shutting that shit down. What? That's literally how it feels though, because that's crazy. It hasn't even been a year. You know, there's no room for growth, like at all. No, the expectations have to be unrealistic, bro. Like a game doesn't just start out good, especially if it's your first game of the series or something. Yeah, you can't. First off, you can't even have high expectations for a game like this. Yeah, like what the fuck? I understand you're right, games, but like, come on, bro. Like you should. First off, it's a fighting game. You should expect to make it and not get that much money. I'm not gonna lie to you. Fighting games do not sell like that compared to like other AAA games and shit. And also, like, it's a live service game. Like, come on, bro. Like, the game gets better and better with every update. The more characters, more content in the game, the better. It's gonna start to slowly grow. But nah, bro. He's shutting that shit down ASAP. Like, bro, what? What are we doing, bro? I don't even know what to do. I feel so bad for people that main this game. Like, what are you gonna stream now? Like, you have to actually find another stream game or go play Tokon or some shit. Like, this is a big day for people that hate 2X. There's a lot of people on Twitter that hate 2X, so these quotes are pretty crazy. I just know they are. Soul Calibur 6 lasted longer. I even play Soul Calibur, but I mean, I've heard the stories.
Soul Calibur 6 lasted longer than
I read
this
the stories.
BTW.
Thanks for the
crying face emoji.
What is this? Meet potential video game company. The biggest game is a copy paste of Dota. Valorant was hard carried by COVID. Lord of, what is LOR? I don't know what LOR. 2X kills there. Raj Forge is dead. Why Till killed it. Yeah, this is a big day for people that hate 2X. What the fuck is this? Announced the game in 2019. Takes 7 years to develop it. Give it an awful name. Change the classic fighting gameplay to one more unfriendly and unappealing. I wouldn't say that. That's a hot take. I like 2v2. I think the fact that you can play with a friend is sick. You and your friend can just play with controllers and control separate. I think that's fucking sick. And that's like very innovative for fighting. I think it's a cool ass concept. But I mean, I can see how it's less friendly if you don't like 2v2 and you like 1v1 and stuff. But like, it's more fun. It's more fun. Yo, Model actually, thanks for the 16. I appreciate it. That's crazy, bro. Terrible marketing. Okay, I do agree the marketing was not that crazy. I feel like they definitely fumbled the marketing because I barely saw ads. Even if I'm not like watching TV and shit, there was barely any ads. Like I'm on the internet all the damn time and I barely saw ads. And no, I don't have an ad blocker on 24/7 or nothing like that. I rarely saw ads for this game. There definitely wasn't enough. I barely saw ads. I mean, I knew everything about 2X since I was hyped for it. I played every single build. I played the Alpha Lab build. I played the beta builds. I've flown out to play the game several times. Played in private play tests and shit. Like, I didn't see that much ads. I do agree with that, but this shit sucks, bro. Yeah, Twitter is just on fire today. There's people just hating on the game. Like it's a big day for people that hate 2x. I swear to God, it's a big day for people that hate 2x scale because they are just laughing their asses off on Twitter and shit, being insufferable. Think I didn't buy shit in that game. In this, it doesn't matter. Even if you did buy stuff, you're getting refunded. You don't have to say thank God you didn't buy nothing because if you did, you're getting refunded now. Everybody that bought something's getting refunded. So it technically doesn't matter if you did or didn't buy anything because you're getting refunded. This shit just sucks, bro. Like, this isn't good news, even if you don't play 2x. Like, this scares companies into investing in fighting games or playing fighting games. I'm not playing, making fighting games and shit. Like, oh, if Riot failed, we probably can't do it either. Shit like that. Like, this is not a good look. No matter which way you see it, it's not a good look, bro. Like, it may not affect you right now, but I promise you it can indirectly affect you, or you might not know how it will affect you. Don't they lose tons of money? Yes, they lose tons of money, but Riot has infinite money, which is why there's no absolute reason for this game to be end of service, which is why we're all confused as to why it's ending service. The higher ups at Riot clearly had crazy expectations for the game, and the game isn't meeting that, so they want it shut down. They're pulling out. They're pulling out of the fighting game scene. They're cutting their losses very early, even though they could potentially profit way more down the line if they just keep the game up, because I mean, the more characters a fighting game gets, the better it'll get. The more players you can get and stuff. Sure, the balance might take a little toll down the line because it's gonna be hard to balance, let's say, like 90 plus characters and shit. But who cares, bro? Like, you look at Smash. Like, Smash has insane amounts of 100 plus characters. That game still profits like crazy. But then that's Smash. But still, you get what I mean. The more content, the more updates. Like the climb, the tower climb game mode, the roguelike, that game mode's sick. That game mode is sick as hell. I love that game. That game was fun as hell. Like, the more content they add, the more money they will slowly start to build and make. But their shareholders and shit clearly pulled out early, and they want the shit shut down. They want that shit shut down ASAP. Right? It's not like they don't have money. It's Riot. They have infinite money. Like, I mean, obviously, I'm over exaggerating infinite money, but I mean, it's Riot Games. Am I really over exaggerating it? That's like saying Valve is going broke. Like, what? That's like saying Nintendo is running out of money. What are we saying here? Like, they have infinite fucking money. It's just they're pulling out because they want to make money now. They want money now. They don't want it later. They want to make money now. If they're not making money now from it, they want that shit gone. Again, go invest in something else. That's crazy, though. It hasn't even been a year. That, like, I hope they just revert this shit because this is insane. It hasn't even been a year. Can we at least give it like 3 years or something? No? Like, what? Is that not ridiculous? Like, of course I'm frustrated over this. Like, I love this game. This game is fun as hell, but like, we're pulling out this early? That's crazy, no? Like, what? It hasn't even been a year, bro. Like, I mean, sure, the game doesn't have that much players compared to other fighting games right now, but like, it'll slowly get that. It's a free fighting game. It's a free fighting game. This game has the potential to outlast a lot of other fighting games that are out right now since it's free. But they pulling out. Like, that's so insane to me, bro. That's insane, bro. It's just heartbreaking. It truly is. Like, I don't really know what to say about that. It's just heartbreaking. The loss potential. It's just like, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Give me Infinity IP, and like, they're backed by League of Legends, which is a very popular IP. Like, come on, bro. There's room to grow, but oh well. Oh well. I'm done talking about this. This is just depressing at this point, and also it's getting me annoyed. It's getting me annoyed. I'm done talking about this. Like, if you just scroll through the quotes, it's just insufferable people. Some positive, but a lot of insufferable people. Like, it's not. I feel so bad about people that main this game. Like, what do you even do at this point? Or what do you go play? Why did this happen? Bro, it's ridiculous. Like Daisy, I wonder what she's gonna go play now. Unbreakable, what you about to go play? Hold on. What you about to go play? What are y'all about to go play now? Like, are y'all just gonna go play Tokon or something? Or like Strive probably? Not bad. Not bad. Shit, I low-key do want to play some Strive. I want to play some yeah, Hunt just moved to Avatar, yeah. Avatar mainly, maybe. Bro, I'm just waiting for ranked. I want ranked. Yeah, add a rank, not buy the damn game, but because I do want to play some Azula. Azula's fun as hell. You say you want to play Strive lying ass? I'm not lying. I want to play Lucy. Lucy's fun as hell. I'm not lying about that. I would literally rather play Strive at the moment than I would play Tokon. Just because of how fucking Tokon runs at the moment. Tokon runs like ass at the moment, bro. The game doesn't even work. This dude's Sage Jam. This guy, bro. He said, I was gonna post this with Avatar and Deadlock, but I don't know which path is which at the moment. What the hell? Damn. I mean, he's not wrong. Because Deadlock, you can't even... They used to 5-stack or a 6-stack every night. They can't even do that no more because they put a cap on it. You can only 2-stack now in a ranked. Play Strive? Yeah, Strive is fun, bro. Hey, y'all can hate all y'all want. Strive is fun, bro. I love playing Lucy in that damn game. Lucy's fun as hell. Lucy is fun as hell, bro. If I wasn't playing Lucy, I would play Johnny. I would go back to just Johnny. I would definitely go back to Johnny. Johnny's sick. Jamie and Street Fighter? Woo. Strive is dope. The current version game is also really good. Yeah, I heard the current version is really good, yeah. Fuck Johnny. Johnny's not even terrorizing the streets no more, is he? Is Johnny still terrorizing the streets? I don't think he is. I don't fucking know. Fucking net impact. Ooh, okay. Horizontal warning, my bit rate's too low. Wait, what? Why is my stream lagging? Odd. I'll fix that later or something. I don't know, man. Sheesh, bro. That's so sad, bro. Anyways, we have a lot of videos to react to. If you guys didn't know, they dropped a new trailer for Cyberpunk Edge Runners 2. So I do want to do some reactions real quick before we do some gaming. Sword and Slippers next. Sword and Slippers. What in tarnation? This is gonna copyright the YouTube stream, potentially even take it down. So if the YouTube stream gets shot, it gets shot. I'm gonna hold that, I guess. I'm gonna hold that. Let me see this. Oh shit. The voice acting? Slime City? I don't know what that says. What the fuck? So did they drop a date yet? I mean, we know it's later this year, but like, what the fuck? October? No, but what day? We got a day. What the fuck is his hair? A weapon made out of people. Oh, 20th? Oh, wait, why am I looking at the Japanese version? How did that happen? How did that happen?
Didn't know anyone survived.
Okay, there goes the English one.
It's about my daughter.
I'm to your daughter.
Losing yourself. That's worse than death.
Oh, revenge.
Those burns. Didn't know anyone survived. You've been out for blood all this time.
I found you.
The fuck?
Boom.
He has multiple people in his head. Probably does. Look at the way he's
What kind
tweaking.
of edge runner are you?
What the fuck is happening? What is Samantha? Night City will
You're a
burn
weapon?
again.
A weapon made out of people?
The fuck? October 20th. Ooh. Some Patreon content? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? I don't think this trailer is crazy as the other one. This one. This one was just too crazy. This shit was just chaos. This trailer was peak. If you haven't seen this trailer. Patreon drop, bro. I was waiting for that 1,000 Blow episode to stack up. Unless y'all want me to watch it weekly, I could. Yeah, this trailer was just straight mayhem. Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? That guy has cyber psychosis. Weekly? I could. Why is his hair fucked up every time we see him? I still wonder why the car bounced over him. It's like he has infinity or some shit. It's like the car like squeaked out and crashed before it touched him. What the fuck? Hair parking, I don't know. Maybe it's like what, the left side of his body or some shit or something. I don't know. I mean, we're gonna learn soon. I mean, October 20th is like right around the corner now. That dude was tweaking. He's tweaked the fuck out. Jesus. I can't wait. I cannot wait. You know this story about revenge being wrong? I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily revenge, but definitely some shit. Let me go into reactions channel. Zong Koi? 15 minutes of gameplay? Kingdom Hearts shit, we already saw that. Phantom Blade Zero? They dropped new Phantom Blade Zero gameplay. This is worth looking at. Am I gonna play this?
Damn this rain. Always when I'm out. No one goes near Papa.
When does this game even drop?
At least
I feel like this
not
game's been in
anymore.
development for like
But you,
2 decades.
my damn misfortune hadn't bled me dry. Get down.
Pete AAA slot? Is it a Souls-like? I don't even know what this game even is anymore. Bro, I seen the Wolverine game. Why is the voice acting like that? Did y'all see the Wolverine game? Nah, I gotta pull up that clip. That shit is too funny. Hold on. Give me a second. That Wolverine game shit is too funny. Cause why does he sound like that? Why does Sabretooth sound like this?
You want to call the shots? Kick Essex's ass. Take charge.
He doesn't, bro. He sounds so off.
You won't. You just give a shit when it suits you. You don't even want to be here. You're right.
It's like that Breaking Bad video.
You were back. We were back. But you ain't ever coming back.
Bill from accounting was doing his best, bro.
Hey.
The Breaking Bad dub, yeah.
Come on, Vic.
It's literally this clip.
Tell this asshole if he wants to learn how to make my product, he's gotta do it my way. The right way!
I speak English.
So you understand what asshole means? Now go get me my phenylacetic acid. Asshole!
How long is it gonna take you to get him what he needs?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Several hours at least! I can wait! It gives us time to talk about the state of this lab! Don't you have standards?
Who do you think you are?
I'm the guy your boss brought here to show you how it's done. Now if you want to keep your job, I suggest you stop whining like a little bitch and do what I say! Tell this asshole if he wants to...
That Wolverine clip is hard, bro. I don't know. That's literally, bro, I can show you it again. That's literally what he sounds like.
You want to call the shots? Kick Essex's ass! Take charge!
It's the same thing, bro. Bro, they dropped new Wolverine gameplay, but I don't even know if I even want to fucking play the game, bro. Like, fucking PlayStation been pissing me off lately. Whatever, bro. Especially with this fucking Tocon PC. Like, I don't know, bro. Whatever. Where the gameplay at? Oh, this is the gameplay? God damn. My thoughts exactly. Recast? I don't know, bro. I don't think it needs a recast. They just need to redo that part, bro. Like, there's just no feel to it. Like, I don't know. He's just groaning aggressively. Oh, it's not a Souls-like? Oh shit, what the hell? He's zipping in. Oh, swinging like Spider-Man. That shit's sick.
I see. Looks like no room for negotiation.
Master soul, kill the shadow sovereign by the Order's rules.
What the fuck is wrong with him? This is a boss? You just fight right here? What incarnation am I watching? Yo, Melody, this for the 200. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. It looks pretty cool. I like this boss though. Definitely didn't expect a boss fight to be right here. How are the horses holding on that weight? I mean, there's two of them, not just one horse. Whooping his ass. Damn. He damaged his hat. Wait, the horse is just gonna die? The poor horses. Woo! Oh shit. What the fuck happened to... What? Fuck, he has cancer or something?
What blurred my eyes? Was it the rain? Or blood?
Well, heart virus, Goku. The Goku heart virus.
You're finally here. Late again. I never thought, in the end, you'd be the only one who still cares whether people live or die.
Visuals look good.
The Mandate's leaders don't care about ordinary people. the merciful Lady of the Veil doesn't care either. Zuoshang's order no longer upholds its rules. Nor does he care about the people of the Wulin. The peddlers, the laborers, the elderly, and the children. Who's left to protect them? And somehow, only you, with so little time left.
Oh, so he is dying.
It's time for my last battle.
Someday, I'll roam the Wulin with you.
The fuck is that, an anime?
They call me Quick Hand Zhang.
Quick Hand Zhang.
Collecting rare treasures and relics.
The name's Forge. I serve under Lady Ananis as an
There's
artisan.
no way you named yourself Forge.
Taking you on that ride was worth it. Every bit of it.
Finally.
A blacksmith named
You're
Forge.
here at last. I've been waiting forever.
The three of us spent most of our lives fighting for the men.
She did not cook, no.
We thought ourselves heroes, only to realize it was all a lie. There's a great secret in this world. One beyond the grasp of ordinary men.
The fuck?
A power beyond reason. Its source. It's from...
What? A what? What? Did he just grow? What? 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 What?
Him of my blade.
Just grew a wheel head.
Is mine.
God damn, kick the shit out of him.
I'll strike only once.
Damn.
My fists strike only the strong.
Oh, the bosses look cool in this game.
Who's
Type shit you just noticed a PlayStation exclusive.
Kill. Shadows.
There's a bunch of formats you get down.
Never told me to do this.
But I'll make you do it.
I would give everything.
What the fuck?
This was my mistake.
Ooh,
I have to
those look
make
cool.
it right.
Puppet woman! You damn puppet!
Is that a summon?
Just so cool!
Damn. Oh shit. Yikes. Shit, that looked pretty cool. The gameplay is beautiful. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Damn, they boxing though.
Extinguish the flame. See what burns beneath.
Damn!
Drop the blade. Let true steel.
Why are you doing like that?
No shame.
Why the fuck are you doing like that?
Yet it moves through all. That's the path to know.
Who are you?
Whoa.
Show me your strength.
Did he just fuck?
And the answer.
Oh, wow. God damn. Well, fucked his ears up. The sound design is sick too. Nah, they cook with this trailer. This trailer's crazy. Donnie Yen. Oh, what the fuck? 1029.
I'm looking forward to his next move.
Cool. Cool. Interesting. We tapping in or what? Is that a yay or a nay? Oh, you just know it's an exclusive. You just know. You even had to ask. Is that a yay or a nay? Oh, I need to add the 7 TV emote for that. Never added that. Yay or nay? There, I added nay. Wait, oh, I'm not signed in. But I had nay, but I'm not signed in. Okay, nay's added. Wait, what? It won't let me add yay. I put nay in, but yay won't. What the fuck? There we go. Nice, it's in. Okay, what's next? Wukong? So there's new 15 minutes of Black Myth. Oh, wait, not Wukong. I forgot Zonkoi. Sure, we can look at that. Better be good though. Waiting for a physical release? Son. Son. This is Black Myth. Okay, so the creators of Black Myth Wukong. This game, they made Zonkoi. They made this game. This is the next game that we're looking at the trailer for. I remember this game, the monkey game. It was pretty fun. Didn't win Game of the Year though. I don't think it deserved it. But it didn't win because it lost to Baldur's Gate. But it was still a good game. It was solid. But it wasn't like game changing like Baldur's Gate was. Oh wait, no, Astro bought one that year. Baldur's Gate was 23. Wait, who won 20? Oh, I'm checking. Oh, Baldur's Gate was 23. My bad. Yeah. Astro was 24. Expedition was 25. 26 is about to be 2x scale. Nen and back? Which one? Jeez. Just wait, so this is gonna be a cool ass game because Zonkoi's powers are sick. With the paintbrush and shit. This could actually be really cool if they do it right. Hashtag none it up. The fuck? The barnacles? What is that? Like, I have no clue. This is our first gameplay. Look at this game. Damn. Think it'll run better than Wukong? I would imagine. Damn, what's wrong with him? I was kind of hoping it would go for Neza, but Zonkoi's cool too. Oh, they could have done Jing Wei or Hoi or like Erlang Shen or something. There's so many cool characters they could have done from Chinese. Oh, wait, they could have done Amaterasu. She would have been cool too, but I don't know. There's so many characters they can do. Oh, what the fuck? And the UI looks, yeah, definitely looks just like Black Myth. Josh Japanese? Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. Yes. Because Susanoo is Japanese as well. Let me look it up. Yes, he's Japanese. Fuck. The betrayal I saw earlier? Wait, so when's he gonna use like the souls and shit? He's probably too early into the game. I don't think he has that shit yet. Oh no, they chose? This probably just went with a character that was cool. I mean, it doesn't have to be Chinese. They could do Japanese. I'm sure they can do whatever. But their theme's clearly just gods and goddesses. Yeah, he's not using none of the soul shit yet. What an Izanagi game. Ooh, nice parry. Damn, that shit sent him off his feet. Neza was already in the last game in Wukong. So, I mean, they're not gonna do Neza. And Neza was a boss. Wait, no, Neza was not a boss. Who was the boss at the end? That was Erlang Shen, right? Ew. Played Wukong. The secret boss was Erlang Shen, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Neza was in a cutscene, so I was like, oh shit, maybe they might do Neza as like a secret DLC boss or something. Nope. Nope. Stabbing him? What if I turn the paper? Damn. But the animations are so nice. They actually look alive. Even the impact when you're like stabbing them and shit. Scarlet Rock. His uncle is in Smite. He's in Smite, yeah. He was ass in that game though. He was low tier. He was always low tier. Dude never got skins either. He did a lot of fucking damage though, but he was garbage. Like you like how you would work is that you can like put a tag on someone and then like you'd like pull the tag off and like rip their soul out. And they would lifesteal and do a fuckload of damage. And there's he like has like a gourd that like releases a bunch of souls that he has stored up from ripping the tags off people. And it would just do damage to anyone nearby. Oh, damn. It would do crazy damage to anyone that's next to him. You literally just send souls after you. That shit was crazy. If you know what Smite is. Yeah, animations, they're doing a good job with the animations. Zing Tian was a boss. Oh, I can see that. These mobs are so disgusting. Just a bunch of bullshit. What was that? It was like a sideways parry. What was that noise? It's like a backstab. Demons, yeah. Demons and souls and shit. That girl is hella dead. What the fuck? Underwater is crazy. The fuck is that? Ew. Ooh, nice sidestep and parry. You like parry them in a direction and it'll send them that direction. Yeah, look at all the barnacles on them. God damn, getting your ass beat. Wings are clams, yeah. Are you ripping your clams off? What now? The fuck? Whoa! These animations. You can see the ground shake. You see the screen shake too. The fuck? Damn. I wonder what the three things that the right side do. He hasn't used it yet. Whatever it is. Yeah, he hasn't been using much skills. I think they're gatekeeping. Oh shit. It looks so realistic. They actually did an insane job with this boss. Oh shit. Oh, the paper tags. Oh, lightning. It's a whole 3v1. Oh shit, he transformed into him. Damn. But the animations are so sick. Damn. And and the music too. I'm not even talking about the music, but the music is phenomenal. Damn. Oh my God, he's getting jumped. Woo. What? You're alive? What? What the fuck was that? What? What? What was that? What the fuck? I didn't understand half of what the fuck I was watching. Oh, we got a big one? Damn! Not catching that. It's catching a turtle? Like a Pokemon. Look, with a tag on his head. Turn him into a rooster? What the fuck? They boxing. Damn. My MC's on vacation doing side quests, literally. Like, what the fuck am I watching? That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Pretty sick. That was actually really good, actually. That didn't disappoint. Don't know when that game drops, but perhaps we will tap in, perhaps. A little risky, let's go too. Alright, let's play some games now. We're gonna play some. Oh, I don't even know what the fuck, bro. That Brad 2XKO shit is so stupid, bro. That shit is so stupid, bro. Are you serious? That's really how that game's gonna go? Like, I hope like down the line in December they're like, okay, know what? We're gonna give us another chance. Like, the iPhone literally quit his job for the game too. Like, that's so insane. That's insane. That's insane. I mean, obviously the iPhone's fine, but no, I mean, quit his job isn't like a long time ago. He quit to go full time in 2X to compete. I mean, obviously the iPhone's fine. Obviously he's fine, but you know what I meant. Anyways, okay, so I can either do what the fuck multiverse is, yeah, whatever, getting Yona. Khazan? Oh, not now. Khazan, maybe I end the stream with Khazan, but that's so sad, bro. So fucking sad, bro. Let's play Rivals, sure. That's so sad, bro. Sheesh. That's really how that game's gonna go. Wow. Wow. Just wow. That's crazy. Blew up my chest today and didn't know the game existed. Bro, okay, a lot of people saying that are fucking lying though. People saying, I didn't even know the game came out. There's so many people saying that. They are fucking lying, bro. Let me see if any of the homies want to play. Oh, fuck. Ah. Hit a warning. Why is the vertical thing not showing the chat box? Oh, I forgot to put the chat box on the vertical scene. Oops. There we go. I don't know how I forgot to put the chat box on the mission screen, my bad. What up, Feisty? How you doing? What are you up to? What was wrong with your profile picture? What the hell? Oh, it just didn't update on my thingy. That's weird. Odd. Today's Thursday. What happened to 2X? It's shut down. I mean, it's shutting down. It's ending service in December. Well, my boy. I don't know what am I doing? Want to play? Would you like to play? Ooh, new skins. You guys with the DD skin? I ain't got my shit updated. Then update it. Takes 2 seconds. Oh shit. Damn. They have all of them in here for sale. Damn. Do I buy all of it? Damn. All the DPSs on here. All DPSs that I play. That's crazy. 61 gig. Okay, there's no way there's 61 fucking gigs, bro. All DPSs that I play. Wow. Oh, mistake, open Photoshop. That is a steal, yeah. I mean, not Photoshop Vegas. That is indeed a steal. Interesting. Fuck it. We're buying it all. Give me all of it. We're buying all of it. You little walk, Cyclops. Yeah, why that skin come out? Never mind. Ooh, this is cool. Elegant eye. Damn. Which one do I replace? Oh, I have 2 Phoenix ones here. There are others again. Whoops. I'm telling you, if Jean Grey can get 2 Hellfire skins, I can get 2 Summer Salak skins. Right or wrong? Greed. Ain't no such thing as greed. Ain't no such thing as greed. Ain't no such thing as greed. No such thing. I hit up what's the name? See if you want to play. Let's play a quick play real quick. Which skin do y'all want to see first? DD, Phoenix, or Cyclops? DD, Phoenix, or Cyclops? DD, Cyclops. Oh shit, I'm saying more Cyclops. Oh, it's kind of even. No one wants to see Phoenix? Damn, bruh. Y'all don't fuck with the Phoenix?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I never wanted to be Iron Man. Victory is in my sight.
They call me D-Tong now, but Daredevil will do.
Damn. Phoenix just flash yellow? Wow. Bro, what the hell? So all that time I spent on that game, including money, was all for nothing? Nah, you're getting refunded if you spend money on 2 eps.
Natasha hooked me up to take them down.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Bro, they're refunding all purchases, yeah. Oh, was there customization for this skin I missed? Holy shit, what is my lawyer doing? Can you turn off the flames? Probably. Pretty sure you can.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They're trolling in the game chat? Oh, brother. What the fuck is wrong with this kid? Where'd he go? The fuck? Man ran away. Walk back in that spawn room. No. Kind of see the vision. Vision on what? Slobberish steam. What? No slobbish steam. Bucky Barney's. What? Or is that how his name is spelled? Barnes? I think it's Barnes. I think he put Barney's. How many combos I have to fucking put on her until she does? But champion DD is 0-3, damn. I'm not doing this today. don't feel like doing this today, bro. I have all, but like, it's fucking quick play.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Let the devil
I am strengthened for battle.
Let the devil
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Peace second channel content. I don't give a fuck. I don't feel like doing this today, bro.
Better stop that vehicle.
don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. That's much better.
Bro, he's one. Like, how do you play dive this season? This shit is ass. This shit is hot garbage.
I think I could go a few more rounds.
This shit is hot garbage, bro. You can't kill nobody. This shit's unplayable this season. Bro, I'm literally just fucking doing damage. That's it. Nothing's dying. Because why is she almost beating me? Like, what? Is that not insane? Well, I touched, but I thought we were portaling.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I always get back up.
Candy needs help.
Oh, God.
But diving in spots sucks. Oh my god. He's yapping in chat. Oh, he says Staggerfuss.
Let the devil. All patched up.
No, that's not good.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Oh fuck, there's a hole up there. I'm dead. What the fuck? Look at nose itchy. Oh, they take no damage in that cloak bubble. Like, there's no point of diving there or not. But I can't damage anything. Like, what the fuck is this update? Is ass. I do no fucking damage. Like, what is that? You telling me that shit's worse if there's a mantis? He's not gonna fight me, bro. He just keeps getting healed and coming back. Oh, great. Now I gotta 1v1 a DD and a fucking Spider-Man. Y'all gonna fight me or what? Did he try to ult me? What? He tried to ult me? Bro, they're taking no damage, bro. This is pointless. She's literally taking no fucking damage. They're taking no damage. Like, I'm literally just tickling them. No, they're not triple support. It just they have fucking cloaks, so she just heals them like insane amounts. Just throw down a bubble and you just take no damage. I had 14k damage and literally just nothing. She just heals insane amounts. I don't do enough damage to, even if I'm doing the combo perfectly, like I don't do enough damage to offset the amount of healing. You see the Cyclops skin. This is a cool skin. Whoa, it makes sound effects when we reload. Oh, it's a... Oh shit, it's a legendary.
She may not be here, but she's always with me.
Extreme force! Blessing through!
Has different voice, well, audio effects. Cool skin. I wish that effects though. Yeah, that's effects is sick. It doesn't have any VFX though, sadly.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Is that Marvel Rebels with capes? With capes? What? C&E being good? Is horrible. I mean, I just don't like the fact that like she can heal that much, yeah, but like if she's gonna heal that much, she needs to be susceptible to dive. Like she needs to be susceptible to dive. She's way too easy and heals way too much for being able to not be like prone to dive, because she has so many, like, it takes ages to kill her. It takes ages to kill her, which is why a lot of dive players ban her, because it takes way too long to kill her. By the time you kill her, you already noticed, and then everyone's turning around and you're gonna die. I don't think she's worth a ban, but I see why people do ban her. She's a Quetch character. I think I'd rather play healer or just play C&D.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I don't mind if you ban C&D, but like there's other shit you gotta ban first. Like Mantis has to be banned if you're gonna ban C&D. There's just no way you're banning C&D over Mantis.
Nice of Josh who let you come out and play tonight. Hell yeah.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your resistance efforts in your timeline have caught my attention. Yours and the public eyes. Castle's not great at keeping things under the radar. Tiger Division has the resources to help him.
I want to play this character.
Perhaps we could reach.
Fuck it.
The battle starts
Fuck it.
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fuck it.
Fear the night. Our adversaries gather.
Spies know that truly observant people are rare and dangerous.
Back in the day. Silver bullet.
Man. There's a Bucky, of course. We'll have Bucky every match. Yeah, I wonder why I've been playing on ult so much lately. Like playing on this account is so miserable. Like you have to play Bucky every match. Okay, I insta-dud. My God, how am I supposed to play Blade here? What the fuck is this? God, I hate playing this character into this season, bro. It's so hard. Unless I get Moon Knight team up, this shit is so hard. God.
I was born ready.
Okay, well, that's just not happening. I'll just do Phoenix then.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my God.
Headshot him.
He's like walking back.
I can feel your pain. Sorry.
Why would I even bother with Blade? I could just do this. Like, what?
By the eye of Agamotto.
Disappear! Only 60 seconds left.
Time for the boost.
You are nothing!
I expected better from you, son.
Down to 30 seconds.
As we play as rivals? Have you been like living under a rock or something? You just be adding shit to your playlist? This is the stream playlist. There's a lot of music. There's like 500 plus songs on this playlist.
Going to overtime.
This is the non-copyright playlist, that's why. None of these guys got taste. It's non-copyright music. What do you want me to do? How much non-copyright music you know that's tasteful? Line my ass over or not? What?
The current score
Like, name me 10 non-copyright songs I can use for stream.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
But you can only do so much. Not any Sonic. You can't just use any Sonic music. A lot of Sonic music is copyright. A lot of it isn't. Most old Sonic games aren't. Most new ones are. Like a lot of Sonic Frontier songs, copyright. Some Sonic Color ones are as well. This game ain't bad. Good kids. What? Is that even a thing still? What the hell? Bro about to tell me Kids Bop next. What? That even a thing still?
It's so strange to be back after all I've seen out there.
I don't even use that for stream.
I hear you haven't been lonely with a certain
No. I mean, I know Good Kid. I don't think that's gonna work. You can't. That's copyright, no? That's copyright as shit. Good Kid, their music is good. That shit is copyright though. There's ain't no way that's gonna work on stream. At least if I let YouTube hear it. I can play copyright shit. I just have to switch the thingy. Bro, how is this season supposed to be fun? Like, there's literally just a Bucky every match. And Bucky and Magneto every single match without fail. This shit is cookie cutter as fuck. Like, what is this? They don't do anything for DMCA? It's not up to them. It's up to their label. Like, if I was doing music, I wouldn't care if people listen to my music and played it on streams, but it's not up to you. If you signed a label, your label controls that shit. If your label says no, they say no, because they have the rights to your music. Unless they don't have a label.
Final score 0-2-1.
It says they do have a label. Unless their label didn't copyright their music, which would be pretty insane for a label to do. I mean, to not do. What is this, bonus subs? Oh, Twitch is gifting bonus. Twitch is doing bonus subs if you're streaming vertically. Streamers that are streaming vertically, if you get 5 subs, they'll throw in bonus subs or something like that. I didn't make a new TikTok account. Fucking TikTok account was shadow banned like crazy right now. This shit is fucking giga banned right now. When they adding Twitch Reels? Twitch Reels? What the? I'm surprised they haven't, because what's the point of me having this vertical stream shit if there's no vertical discoverability or vertical feed? I have stories, but nah, that's not the same. Reels is like when you, it's like For You page for TikTok. Stories is just, well, you know, stories. Thoughts on Gurren Lagann, never watched it. What about previews vertical? Yeah, I know. But my issue is that there's no like vertical discoverability or nothing like that. I mean, there's no like For You page on like Twitch or nothing like that. There's nothing for discoverability. So this feature is like low-key kind of useless unless you just enjoy watching in vertical feed format. I mean, shorts format. I mean, after this thing, I'm gonna turn it back off. After these give subs, I'm gonna turn it off because most people prefer to not watch in vertical in this vertical feed form, or they come to the stream and ask me, how do I switch this shit? Or they'll just flat out leave before they ask the question. So it's actually kind of bad for my discoverability, I'd say. Can I play Blade? Or like, am I gonna have to just be like, I might have to just play Bucky? Like, I don't know. Might I have to just play Bucky every match, or like, what are we doing here? Can I just play what characters I want to play, or time to Smurf? I mean, that's why most streamers are Smurf right now. You can't play whatever character you want at this rank. Is Corey tonight? No. Corey not tonight, no. You can't play whatever character you want at this rank. Maybe tomorrow we might do Corey. Late on Twinkle. Nah, that's the support tank account. That account is high rank as shit now, though. That account was not supposed to be that high rank. That account was not supposed to be that high rank. Not at all. Oh well. Hood? Y'all want me to play Hood? I can play Hood. Y'all want Hood? Sure, I can play Hood. It doesn't matter what game it is, everyone Smurfs, bro.
Let's go.
The more you try to counteract Smurfing, it just ruins matchmaking. Like, you're not gonna stop people from playing with their friends. That's just not realistic. That's unrealistic as shit. You're not gonna stop people from playing with their friends. They just have to enforce it. Well, say that they're enforcing it, even though they're not enforcing it. I mean, I've seen few people get banned for it. I remember, like, Tim was doing it. And they banned his ass, but like, that's a gigantic fucking streamer, and he probably had like a dev in his stream. They're barely enforcing it. They just have to say they're enforcing it and say it's against the rules, obviously. But obviously, they don't give a fuck if people Smurf. Like, you're just not stopping people from playing with their friends. That's just not realistic. That's just not happening. Now it's different though. If you're like Smurf, if you're like, you're getting an account to Eternity or some shit, and then you just switching accounts, or like GM over and over, just going back, starting a new account over and over after getting an account to GM or something, or Celestial, and just never playing in Celestial, that's crazy. Yeah, you're an actual dickhead. But let's say I'm gonna make a new account. I made a new account. I'm gonna go to Celestial, and then after his Celestial, I'm off the account. I'm gonna go back to making a new account again and again. Okay, yeah, you're just blaming this part, man. Bro, just Smurf for the love of the game. That's way different, I'd say. I'm dead as fuck. What? Where the fuck are you guys at? When it comes to one chick's carry, proving our hard. I mean, I don't blame like the one above all players at Smurf, because fucking queues take ages in one above all. Especially if you're like, holy shit, if you queue at DJ hours, it takes ages to get a match. Like, I'm not about to, if it was me, I'm not about to sit there streaming and sitting in queue for like an hour for a match every time. I'm not doing that shit, bro. I'm gonna just switch games, or I'm literally just gonna make an ult. We're gonna an ult. Oh, she went damage for him. Fuck. Oh, they killed him. Nice.
Both his ults got stopped.
Do I do coaching services? Nope. I'm too lazy and also I'm too busy. Also, I suck at explaining things. Also, I'm not good enough at the game to do coaching. Unless you're like... Well, I mean, I guess. I mean, I could. I definitely can. Just rather not. Lazy for that. Unless, like, my friends need help or something. Because I would have fun doing it because I control the shit out of them while teaching them.
Precision.
By the eye of...
Bro, that's three.
Good tips. Yeah, I can give tips to GMs and below, yeah. Sure. Even Celestial as well. Just do I feel like it though?
I think everybody's throwing.
Oh my god. They're just running poke, bro. Phoenix and whatever her name is, Black Widow, just insane damage. Yo, can I get use out of my ult or is my ult just gonna counter it again?
Go first question.
I think I might have to start shooting hood ult like a DPS ult. Can't use it until all the support ults are gone.
Oh my god.
I had no support ults.
That sucks. Damn, can I fucking play the game? Holy shit.
Perfect precision.
By the eye.
Oh, well, I'm dead. She barrel stuffed me with the freeze.
You really think I'm tapping out so soon?
Interesting.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Kingdom Hearts music copyright? A lot of it is, some of it isn't. Oh wait, it's not even some. It's just like 90%. For my Kingdom Hearts video, oh my god. This, oh my god, that playthrough got fucked. That playthrough got fucked.
Perfect precision.
I'm not gonna lie, that playthrough got murdered. Makes it hard to want to play Kingdom Hearts games on stream. It's hard to make money from it. Fun is definitely there, 100%, but like You try to flip it into a video? It's kind of hard.
There's a behind us.
Look up, where are you? I'm here.
Shielding
Look.
never hurts.
Come on. So.
Wait, I could have just shot him, huh? I forgot he dies in that form. I keep thinking it's like Hella where you can't die in that form. They're anti-ult in there.
Damage me, Bucky. I'm going to mark out 3, 2.
Going to overtime. Double KO.
Good job.
The current score is
Okay.
3.
Disney and Sentinel play all their music.
Time to switch things up.
Can't wait to see the 20 analysis videos on 2XKO in these upcoming days, bro. I'm telling you, today is the biggest day for people that are very miserable and hate 2XKO. The most insufferable motherfuckers just got the biggest day of their lives, bro. Because I opened Twitter instantly, I just saw a train of hate, bro.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. The
Just hate watching. I told y'all so that game was gonna die. I told y'all. Like, bro, what is wrong with y'all? I told y'all that game was a flop. I'm happy that shit is dead.
Bro, you're good.
That shit is crazy, bro. I told y'all that game wasn't gonna last. It is Twitter, yeah. Can't take that shit serious, yeah. I told y'all that game wasn't gonna last, bruh. That shit was a cash grab.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
What the fuck? How I got on the Solak account? I'll get on the Solak account when I lose. Or maybe I play Telcom.
On the right.
No, he's won. No, bro. Oh man. So sad. Is it over for Iron Fist a hard fall off late game? This is not a MOBA. What you mean late game? Late game? What? I mean, there's some maps and some points of maps he's not that good on, but that late game is not a thing. This ain't a MOBA. That's in your head. Rank him on Celestial. Bro got items on Iron Fist? I said late game. What does that mean? That's not a thing. I think it's in your head, man.
Widow on the back.
Woo! Now we're talking.
There's still a Widow in the hallway, deep down there. Alright, also about to go out.
Balas noches. That poor Poppy player never got their Poppy. Whole team dead. Holy shit, you're in here? No, I wasn't gonna kill her. She has snowflake. The fuck?
Just started my climb. Ain't stopping yet.
What about fighting games with copyright music? A lot of fighting games don't. Other than like, well, it depends on the game. Depends on the music. Character themes usually are not copyright. So how the fuck are we gonna win this? Holy shit, can I play the game? Can I play the game? God damn. They use Mago and Luna. Oh, okay. Both the alts that countered me. Holy shit. I mean, y'all should win that. They have like no Mago, no Luna.
Yeah, honestly. Careful in the spawns, or what is that?
A sniper. How irritating.
There's Trojan in the back. Like, dude, she's just that crazy, bro.
I thought our DPS was gonna get her. Wrong button, I'm dead. I pressed the wrong button. Okay.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Perfect precision.
Holy shit. Yeah, ain't no way.
All you managed to do is piss me off.
Holy fuck. Okay, this is gonna be a hard one to win. What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Oh no, I got one. Just 1 minute. I'm gonna got my ult.
This Magneto's not gonna let me ult, huh? Yeah, fuck that. Ooh, the angles. The angles. Blowing me. The angles. I see you.
Care group. Definitely has.
First I can, or if I rack him, I can hide from him as well.
I'll be looking for him.
Oh no, bro. Not going for it. 2, 1, my God.
I am ready to put on a show. No winner yet. Going to over.
That fucking lag. Oh, that's game. You guys are getting cooked. Off my payload.
Oh,
hoodie season.
Final score. 3, 2.
We get some Blade gameplay. It's impossible. I've been trying. I just can't get Blade to get played. I've been trying to play Blade. It's impossible. There's a fucking Bucky every single match. There's a Bucky and a Magneto every match. Don't talk to us about an update. Oh my god, I did 41k damage. Oh my god, this character shits out damage. This character poops out damage, bro. That shit is crazy. Bro poops out damage, man. Bro's a machine. My type of machine. Last shot should do 999 damage. Y'all are silly, bro. 999 damage is crazy. Okay, how long is this queue gonna take? I would be down for 500. I don't even remember how much damage it does because it's tricky the way the damage works because it does flat damage. I think it does like a flat like 200 or something. Plus percent damage. It does like a flat 200 and then something percent. Or no, I think it's like a flat 150 actually, not 200. There's no way it'd be a flat 200. It does like a flat 100 or 150 and it adds like a bunch of percent damage or some shit. I'll play him again.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this?
I forgot the stats on it. Or check it. Oh damn, it's not listed up here. Fuck, I lost it. Hold on, let me get something real quick.
The right heroes could make all the difference. Round 1, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
They're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause.
Devoted yourself to protecting the web of life and destiny, child.
Someone has to do it. Might as well be me.
That is a job of
Bruh. I didn't go live yesterday. Yes, I did. What do you mean?
The battle starts in 5.
What you mean I didn't go live yesterday?
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Gracias.
Happy thoughts, everyone. There you are.
I mean, if I want me to play Blade, I'll play Blade next match. If it doesn't work though, I'll probably have to get a different account. I mean, get my other account. Because it's like impossible to play Blade in this rank with this season. That guy's super fucking dead. Dead as fuck. 19 beers deep. That wasn't fun, bro. I was locking. Only 19? 19? I mean, I don't even know what a beer tastes like, so. I've never drunk beer before. Oops. Oh my fucking god, bro. They have a Thor now? Or they always have a Thor? That guy came out of nowhere. Oh, we have a DC. Oh no, that's not good.
Ain't ready for oblivion yet.
What's up, Jay? I didn't even know they had a Thor. I would not have played that unsafe. If they had a Thor. I like root beer, but I mean, obviously that's not the same as beer. Who fucking rezzed him? Yo, who trolled my shit? Somebody trolled my kill. What? Immortal Thor? Fuck me. Oh, great. What does this guy want? I don't feel like talking to people, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that guy's dead. Fuck, I made a click. I guess we should just surrender, like, I don't know. That guy's not coming back, I guess. I don't fucking know. I'm dead. Might as well turn my one off. No, why are we declining to surrender? He's not coming back. Oh, is he?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Oh, it hurts.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Okay, that was pointless.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Point compensation at least? I mean, yeah, but like this motherfucker just dead ass just left the game. So like it's like, I don't know. 17. I lose 17. Yeah, that's point compensation. Fuck is the point, bro? Like, what is the point, bro? It's 7 fucking teen. What is the point? The guy left the game. That's not even compensation. That's an actual loss. Like, what are we talking about? There's no compensation. Like, how is this point compensation? I follow you around the match. The match just started.
Oh my god, Infernasu.
Oh my god, bro. There's no way. There's no way I'm getting stream sniped this hard. What up?
Alright, let's win. Let's win.
There's
I'm gonna
no
get your elo
way.
back. That's 17.
There's no way. There's no way.
Think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end.
This shit is ass, bro. This game is actual ass.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Let's get rid of cloak, please.
That I lost minus 17. That's literally what I just worked for last match. Like, what is the point? I literally just worked for that last match. I spent like a 30-20 minute match working for that, and I just lost it. All right, got it. Got it. It's like if that hood match I just played never existed.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Alright, man. Do you play support?
That's so sad, bro. Like, why is that a minus 17, not like a minus like 5 or something? 17 is insane. I mean, I understand it's to prevent like people from just leaving if they're dueled with someone or something, but like the match literally just started and the person left the game. It just started. I have one healer. Yeah, alright, bro. I'm getting off this game after this.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The Ultron
Spider-Man, that's actually very honorable. I've never seen a Spider-Man swap.
He's an honorable man.
You're a great man.
Yeah, I did the living armor bit with Man-Thing once. Wasn't really my
Playing Tokon after this? I don't know. I'm about to fucking end stream. What up?
The battle starts in 5, 4.
But Tokon is about to go on maintenance anyway.
2, 1.
It's about to go on maintenance. I think it's on maintenance right now, actually. Because they're dropping a new patch. I think balance patch, and they're fixing the fucking game being broken. Like, I don't know.
Not like mine. Yeah, I have drone on you as well.
I should have just gun dashed at him. I don't know why I didn't.
I used to watch it when I was like 15, bro. It's crazy.
That's what's up. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. This motherfucker is laggy. Oh my god. Where the fuck did he go?
Reset, we're done.
That's my 1v1 that character. Motherfucker does too much damage.
We kill it, bro. Look at how light, Came at that.
I had you covered. Really?
I can't feel you.
Go for TP if anything, we'll take us a part of it.
One last 2 scale stream? I mean, we're gonna do tons of 2 scale streams before it closes. But we still have 2 characters left, so there's no rush to play 2 scale today or nothing like that. Oh my lordy, bro. Can I play the game, bro? Bro, this comp sucks in the blade. This is bubbles, bro. They both have bubbles. This shit is ass for blade. It's actually so bad for me.
Precision.
They use like 3 moves. Yeah.
I gotta switch off blade after this. I can't kill any of them with this into this comp counter hard counters me. They have bubbles and poke. There's just no way I play blade here.
Oh my god, this DP is on me. I'm gonna go up top please. Once.
Nice.
Our next victims.
Bro, they like, I don't know, man. I don't feel like talking about it.
We can go after this fight. Please look at me, Gambit. Please look at me, Gambit.
I can't hit that guy. Ah, just bubbles and it just breaks my freaking team up.
I think I got that. We can walk with my own. Just reset. If anything, broken card.
Perfect precision.
I was born ready.
Like this DP is just on me mid-air. How's that even buff? I'm not gonna win.
Oh lordy.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Switch now. I don't give a fuck about the art charge. Switch now.
I have to go catch Luna now. Easy. Go on. We don't mind.
What's up, Kami?
The enemy has arrived.
We have midfield in it.
I have ults. Iron Man has ult as well.
Stand card.
Perfect precision.
Oh, mine. I close there.
Above supports.
Nice, you're tough, bro. I had to go clutch Luke. So fun.
Okay.
I'm almost back on the show, but it was fun.
Forgot about this skin? It's one of my favorite skins. It might actually just be my favorite solo skin.
Including which side.
I don't know. We'll see. It's either this one or.
Need a top-notch team to win this one. My oldest is sharp.
It's either this one or. The Ica one is just so good.
My mind is sharper.
Rerun it? You want them to rerun this? They ain't doing that for a while, probably. Someone is good too. I love the ult on the summer one. Tennis one? That's the one I use the least, actually, the tennis one. I rarely use that one. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's just, I don't know.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, there's my favorite life-hating robot egomaniac. And you are my favorite stinking obsolescent fleshman. Same team today?
I don't want to go.
The battle starts in 5.
I'll play main a little bit.
3, 2, 1.
Glad I got the anniversary because I'm glad I got the anniversary one because I don't even play her. I don't know if you ever decide to play her. I have tons of videos to help. He headshot me. He headshot me, bro. How the fuck did he know I was coming there?
I'm back. Mind, body.
He even hear me. How did he know? Oh, he has my fucking stream open. What? That was sus. That was sus as fuck. Either he has my stream open or that was just like a blatant cheat. Like what? How the fuck did he know I was going there? Because I didn't even appear invisible yet. Couldn't hear my footsteps. Cheating as the Titan. Oh, what is this lag? What the fuck?
Disappear!
Where the fuck are these other guys at? Where the fuck are these guys at? These guys are all just like in the air. Whatever, I guess. Oh, you closed it. No, I don't like playing on this account. I get stream snipe too much. Since I played dive, it's like kind of frustrating. And also, you just track my ult by just literally looking at my ult with my stream open. It's like unfun.
The boy thing.
Got one in my sight.
No, you only have gambit fields right now on the card.
It's hard to play as reckless as I want and dive when like if someone has my stream open. Because they know if I'm in their backline and stuff, you know. I just rubber banded. I'm dead. Okay, bro. This is my shift didn't even come out. Let me see what it looks like on his screen. It didn't even come out. Okay. But it took the cooldown. Got it.
Step aside.
That's fun.
Can I get drone? Yeah.
Wow, this fucking Cyclops won't stop targeting me. Holy. This man is only shooting me. And then I got headshotted by Hello. Very fun.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the
Abo,
momentum.
we can look and kill them right now. Oh, yeah, I'm staying there. That's what I get. We can kill the traffic. Alright, God.
GG's.
Hey, GG's.
GG's.
To show my love and appreciation.
Thanks, I guess. That was hilarious. Nah, y'all would have lost that last match, trust. But they got to lead the fucking game. Can I get compensation? Like more compensation? No? Nah, that's cap. That's cap. Mystique? This looks so cool. This guy did a good job with us. This artist is talented. Ooh. Spider-Gwen? Wait, let me see this one. Hold on. Wait, why is it not showing the photo? This is just like Phoenix. This just looks like Phoenix, though, no? Is that not just Phoenix? That's just Phoenix, no? Electro, the Electro one looks good. We need Electra and Tokon, but I feel like if Electra comes to Tokon, they won't add Daredevil. But there's no way you don't add Daredevil, though. There's no way you don't add Daredevil. Wear her clothes? She's wearing clothes. What are you talking about? Those are her clothes. What do you mean? What Kitty Pride? Any Kitty Pride fans? This guy does a good job. Oh, you guys can't see it. Who was that with the big hair? Who's that with the big hair? Medusa? That's a character in Marvel? What the fuck? That's a character? Where's Gwen there? Why not? What's wrong with Gwen? That's Evil Phoenix? What is it? It's 1 a.m. Okay. I'll give you guys the option. Wait, let me see when is Tokon on maintenance right now? Taking offline, maintenance starting today at 3 p.m. JST. Oh, that's in an hour. It's in an hour. And it won't end till 1 Pacific time. Damn. Until 4. Oh wait, this is 11. Oh shit, wait, no, that's in 20 minutes. Okay, I can't play Tokon. It's about to go on maintenance, like literally in 20 minutes. It's going at maintenance in 20 minutes. I was gonna give you guys the option if you guys wanted to play Tokon now. Would you fight Yujiro for your girl? Be for real? Yujiro, I'd fucking fold Yujiro. What are you talking about? Yujiro ain't shit. I use that guy as a jump rope. Anyways, I was gonna give you guys the option of either Tokon or Khazan, but I guess Tokon's about to go on maintenance, so if I play it now, I'm only gonna play like a match or two. If the game even gives me a match, and that's if those matches are not laggy. Yujiro sees you as a female, by the way. Turning you into a housewife streamer. What the hell? I wonder what Zaya's gonna do. Somebody go check on Zaya. I'll play one more. And then we do... I don't fucking know. Maybe Khazan. We're at the end of the game. So I just gotta beat Khazan. Want to pop in? Alright, see you, dude. Folds you like a human pretzel? Hell no, I'd fold him. I don't got no faith. Eyes are fighting. Go to bed. Play Hood next match or Blade? I highly doubt I'm gonna play Blade. My boss, bro, fuck that boss, bro. It turns out I have to actually farm that boss, so fuck that boss. Cause I actually have to fight him again, actually. Cause he drops a loadout I want. So I have to actually farm him. Why is my skin not? There we go. I actually have to farm him. Cause he drops the loadout for me that increases my attack damage and also changes one of my skills, and also makes it so that when I fight, when I slash stuff, it heals me. He has like a lifesteal loadout. So I actually have to fight that guy again, sadly. So that's what I was gonna do today.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Who am I gonna banish from
Is her stomach not out, Elskin? Fucking gooner. Damn gooners. Bro, what are y'all gooning for, bro? We don't need girls, bro. We got Marvel Rivals to play. Lock in. We don't need girls, bro. We got Marvel Rivals to play. Oh, hell nah. Why, y'all not rocking with me? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? We got Marvel Rivals to play. Like they can't handle your blade? What the? What do you mean by that? I was at my crib yesterday. What was that supposed to mean? I'm still GM though. Yeah, you'd be one above all. Let her go. Let her go and hit one above all.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Did we hit the daily sub goal? I think we did. Oh, we're one off. Yo, who's trying to help me out real quick? Help a brother out. One sub off. He really does have Tim's on. What the hell? We want our temporary Marvel Rivals forever is not the mindset? Why not? What's the issue? It's not a good mindset.
30 seconds before you attack.
I don't see the problem.
You're not the only one who can disappear from sight, lady.
Oh, really? You can turn invisible too?
Yeah. For as long as
Why would you need it? Why would you need women when you can play Marvel Rivals for free every day?
I got my powers from cosmic rays.
No downtime. Marvel Rivals is always gonna be there for you.
2, 1.
I'm talking about you guys, not me. Hold on. What do you mean? That's how it goes. I'm talking about you guys. Excuse me. Who the fuck was out there? Oh. I knew I wasn't crazy. I'm like, where is this Daredevil? I hear his ass. I pressed the right click. I don't know why that shit didn't come out. Don't speak for me. This game sucks. That's a skill issue. Anyways, we don't need girls chat. We got Marvel Rivals to play, bro. Trust. Oh, did I say we? Oh, it's all you guys. My bad. Wow, they just let me kill that guy like that? I literally just gunned him down. That's crazy. Wait, what is this guy ult? Oh, great. Mantis ult. Bring back to full HP. Because Mantis needs a fucking nerf. Amount of clips I've seen people complaining about Mantis is insane. Character is insanely overtuned right now. Like I told you guys this. I said I thought they were gonna make it so that if Mantis, Ultron, Atom were ever gonna be playable in 222, I thought they were gonna get rid of triple healer. Little did I know they were just gonna fucking make them playable in 222. Well, at least Mantis. I mean, Atom is semi-playable in 222. You just gotta be really good with Atom. And also be viable. Not even fucking viable, the best in it. That shit is crazy. I thought they were gonna get reworked if you were ever gonna do that. Which is why I said, or rework them. Snared by who? Oh, nice, another DC. Oh my god, yes, his ankles got broken. Oh, why are they right here? No, bro.
Hell can wait. I got a fight to win.
So is this guy gonna come back, or like is this just gonna be another -17? Yeah, this thing is on my fucking balls. Oh my goodness, bro. That thing is on my ass, bro. Nah, I mean, I say it. Got him. But their team is so bad too. If this guy comes back, this is such a free one. This is so sad, bro. Oh my god, he came back.
Just started my climb.
Down to 30 seconds. current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I have no words.
Let's go.
I have no words. No words at all. Because, like, what am I supposed to say to that? Like, what am I supposed to say to that? Like, I don't know. Shouldn't have done one more game. Yeah, I'm about it's a Khazan angle after this, I think.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
4 years? Thanks.
We should be at odds, you and I.
So everyone hates mantis? No one wants to fucking fight mantis, bro.
To save souls, you seek to collect them.
But if they all cease to exist, we would both be out of business.
Okay, there he is busted right now.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So Ricky,
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
what you been up to?
Back before my hood, I ain't eating nothing. Now, maybe a little unsavory, but, you know, I'm unstoppable. That hit the spot. Some assistance, please.
Whoa. Oh, we're on triple? Oh shit. No way. Triple Eel is so fucking dumb. This game is a joke, bro. Can't imagine competing in this slot, bro. Oh my god. No wonder they were cheering so much when that team lost. Holy shit. No TPs. Shit is actual slot, bro. You got all after this for free.
Yo soy el final. My time is now.
60 seconds left.
Rise, my friends. That hit the spot.
Well, thing actually just doesn't die dispatch. It's insane. Him not dying there is quite insane. Holy fuck. Oh my god, I finally died. I was alive for so fucking long.
The final 10 seconds.
They see 9. Okay.
Final score 1-2-0.
My aura scared him off the point.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Insane C9, but alright. Oh, I could go until I lose. Ah! Fuck. This guy deadass just sold me so hard, bro. Coco just win the maintenance, yeah. No. I'm not gonna lose and say one more. I did this last time I actually got off. Now the issue last time was that I didn't lose for a while, but I might lose this next match. We'll see.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
I'm crazy for queuing on plat lobbies. Why are you queuing in plat lobbies? Oh no. TikTok chat behaving today? Somewhat. I had some crazy ass dude come into my chat earlier in YouTube chat spamming someone's address. That was interesting, I suppose. Absolute weirdos. That is crazy. You guys are insane. Yeah, that's bad. You guys are insane for that. I don't know. Take a look, Samantha. You got this. Lock in.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Emma Frost, huh? Heard stories about you. Keep out of my head, or else.
Or else, we'll tell them.
Your mind. That tacky cape tells me everything I need to know about you.
We can't all afford diamonds, Chica. But I guess I could steal some of yours.
Ooh, hold on. What do you mean by that?
3, 2, 1.
Look who's here.
I haven't pressed that. Oh, it's another thing. Oh, yippee. Like, I knew this meta was cooked when there's people playing Thing, even if there's no dive. I hope you think players are having your fun, because I don't think you're gonna ever get another meta like this again. I'm not gonna lie. This shit is cancer. I don't think Thing is gonna get another meta like this again. So y'all better enjoy this shit while y'all have it, bro. Like, as much as I love Blade, I don't think Blade will ever be meta, because that should be unhealthy as fuck for the game. But like, I might slip through the cracks every now and then.
You guys gotta kill him quicker if you're not gonna swap to a second healer.
Or one healer. That is so ass, bro. Damn, when can I shoot you? Oh my god. What the fuck was that, bro? When can you die? Jesus Christ, bro. I don't know why they gave her 2 iframes. 2 is OD. My god, bro.
This kite back, kite back.
Oh, I didn't have to shift it. Or I have my bubble thingy.
Rise, my friend.
That's awkward.
momentum.
You should do some IRL stream, like an anime. I'll do one eventually. Anime convention. Sounds fun. I mean, I definitely do want to go to Anime NYC or Anime Expo. I'm definitely go to one eventually, 100%. Now, if I was streaming, I don't know, but definitely want to go to one. You'll probably vlog it. Oh yeah, Gamescom is in like 4 days, by the way. Gamescom, the game presentation we watch every year, it's in like 4 days. It's in like 4 days. So yeah, we're watching that. Whatever it is, DreamCon, yeah. I'll probably go to next year's DreamCon. Probably. The fuck is this match? My man going again and again and again. My man is going again. That's kind of evil, no?
The current score is 3.
You real are moving yet? No.
0.
It's not hard to guess.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Hey, I'm a gun. Look at the look at the picture. I'm a gun.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Swapping the mirror and Adam when losing is new. Damn. I haven't died yet. Your hood is goated. Thanks. It's hoodie season. It's hoodie season. Tap in. Oh, cold. So cold, burb. Blah.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Think Hood's fine where he is? Needs to be changed. I mean, he's really strong right now, that's for sure. But like, I'm fighting a Thing. This dude needs to be good if Thing is good. Someone needs to be able to fucking kill that guy. Cause I'm not playing a close range tank against Thing. Fuck that.
The battle starts.
Shoot his ass.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I think Hood is fine. Just, cause it's not like he's unfightable and it's uncounterable. I feel like Magneto and Thing are not fine. Part of the things, reason why Scary is so good right now is because Thing is good. One of the few tanks that's actually playable. Damn, your boots loud as hell.
Not gonna pass up free health.
Them Tims go crazy. I almost fucking died. He was working overtime. Mantis, you're not banned? Oh my god, I have not been paying attention to bans. I don't think I've banned a single character tonight. gonna say, how the fuck are you on Mantis? You have ult? I gotta cancel my ult or fucking die. I'm dead. Damn, that guy got blasted. I don't know who that was, but that guy got domed. Hilarious.
All you managed to do is piss me off.
If we spent more time on Black Panther, I would switch back, but we're not.
What do you say?
Incoming.
Is he not answering it? Fucking annoying to kill, bro.
He's got a touch.
I'm gonna touch on that. Got her. I'm gonna touch now. We don't have portal or nothing. But why are we surrendered? What?
That hit the spot.
Yeah, well, you guys are not doing anything about Black Panther, so I'm not switching back to close to die over and over. I walked over, got killed 3 times in a row.
Just have to go thing.
Yo soy el final.
We are undefeatable.
Tremble before mass.
I was worried.
Look out behind you. Just the idiots I was looking for. Let's rumble. I've got the potential hostile. Copy it.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Yeah, I think CD's fine now.
I feel fantastic.
For mutant
kind.
Touch, I got you with heal thing. Don't see that.
Hell unleashed!
Multi on cart. What do you think he heals for? Your full HP.
I don't know what these guys are doing. They're just throwing. What are you guys doing? Look, can we like stop throwing?
He's like begging for you, but now walking up.
I'm just ignoring him. He's mad because he died between the ult up.
Fuck, did he just buggy ult?
You stop them in their tracks. Down to 30 seconds.
Again!
Hang on.
Fuck nasty, I know.
We are undefeatable. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Damn. Actually, on 3 tanks. Stay with this character.
Symbiote Spider-Man returns!
The current score is 3-2.
Oh my lordy. It's one of those matches, I fear. It's one of those matches, I fear.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
With me on the hood on, guns out, let's go.
How did I get stuck in a match like this? It was a free win and now it's not a free win. It literally was a free win. It's crazy how a free win turned into a not a free win in like 2 seconds. All it takes is a few seconds, sadly.
Malas noches.
Did you just say my turn and go score, bro?
30 seconds. Stay strong.
Okay. Bro, he said, okay, my turn to DPS, and he looks Quirk.
Just kind of came with my powers. And I'm practically
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He went back to BP. Oh my fucking goodness, bro.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
What am I looking at?
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'll go thing. I'll go back to thing.
This is winnable. Just go thing mag and stay together, guys. Like, just mark the BP and I'll shoot him and drown them. Like, it's so winnable, bro. Just because you're doing nothing doesn't mean it's not winnable.
This team is so sad, bro.
Dude, just stop fighting. Jesus.
God.
Yeah, Llama, bro, you are useless. What are you doing, Emma?
This game.
Tremble before pass.
Chance to stop them.
Fully stacked.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Yeah, I'm go on mag, bro. You're useless on that hero.
One of our 5 ults you guys are sitting on.
Holy.
Better stop that vehicle.
Well, I got off the point.
Current score is 3-2-5. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need
WC9, I guess. I don't know.
this one.
Who needs 4 when you've got one like me?
I have to say thing the whole game. This guy's gonna go BP and just fry my backline. Such a long match for no reason, bro. Why is this guy trying to surrender? Can he like stop? Like holy shit.
You stopped vaping? You're crying about an issue in round 2. So that made you suck all around 3?
If we use our ice
Yeah, I
powers
don't know, bro.
together,
Some
we
people
can
are just
stop our
dense.
enemies cold.
Like that just doesn't make sense. All you do is suck in round 3. How'd that
You are
have to
the
do with round
winter
2?
soldier, aren't you?
I think something may have gotten lost in translation.
Hmm.
The battle starts in 5.
Part of me doesn't want to give them this.
I wasn't
game.
trolled. You were just trash. Like you can call it trolling if it makes you feel better about how you played.
See them?
You bro, just hit your team up button and walk at the mag. Other than that, you don't know how to play tank.
Be careful over here.
Our enemy has been spotted.
Be careful over here.
It's an ungodly long match. Oh my god. I have to sit in the back line. That guy has 18 deaths. Jesus Christ. I'm carrying. Oh, I know. I didn't die in single first half. Is he still on BP? Yeah, he is.
Bro, he doesn't peel and he doesn't get kills. What does he do?
Just stayed on fucking Adam, honestly. He's fucking horrid. Please
Yeah,
public your profile.
anyways, you know, just play.
Look at this shit, bro.
That was game.
Yeah, what'd you do with your ult?
Bro, he doesn't peel. He doesn't peel, doesn't get kills. What does he do?
4, 2, 5.
I don't know. So that's what I could do there.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
At 49k damage. Oh my god. Literally doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how good you are at the game, doesn't matter. Can't carry everybody. Yeah, it wasn't up to me, yeah. If we win that match. Alright, let's see. I don't know, man. That's bad, bro. That's bad. We can do a little bit of Khazan. Just a little bit. A little bit. I'll do some side missions. I'm not gonna do any story. Or maybe I will. I don't know. Do a little bit of Khazan. But definitely very close to beating the game, though. Spidey was trash. Yeah, and the other tank didn't want to go Magneto while I was cooking on Hood. He instead went Emma. I don't know why he didn't want to go thing. Since he didn't want to go thing, I had to do it. That sucks. All right, we're gonna do a little bit of Khazan, then I'm out of here. I started really late since I was editing. I didn't die that entire first half. That's how I know I was cooking. But you can only do so much. You cannot carry everybody, bro. That's facts. You cannot carry everybody. You can only do so much, bro. What was I doing last time? Oh, I did that boss. The boss dropped this. And what is that? Ant piece or what is that? Oh, a hand piece. Gale Doom. Yeah, that's what I want. I want that. Info window? Yes, that. Consume spirit to enter a temporary state of doom and become stronger. It's like an install. Yeah, I want that shit. And what does it set do? Swift attack damage, light attack damage boost, spirit accumulate. Oh, so when I attack, I get more spirit bonus, which is for skills, the yellow stuff. Enemy exhausted and attack health recovery. Attack health recovery is just, I guess, if I hit people, I just get healed for it by 2%. So yeah, this set has life steal. That's why I want the full set. And swift attack stamina damage increased by 20%. That's really fucking good. So I'm gonna shred people's stamina or posture. So yeah, I want to finish that set. So I'm definitely gonna make that armor. That armor is really good. What I unlock? Strange melody. Well, that's definitely story. Oh, the yellow is story. 111. Okay, I can't do that yet. 105. Talk to Tristan. Blade Phantom and Tristan.
Is the master of chaos. Good. Now our goals align. We must leave now. We've found the sword. It is the only thing that can restore our power and destroy ghosts. We feel its energy. Quickly, mortal. We need it.
He wants us to go get some sword? Sure. I guess we do that, and then after that, I'm out of here. Oops, wrong place. I guess we'll get that and do this quest for Tristan, and I'm fucking ending. Some shorts I want to edit.
And should head... General, there are still corruptors on the loose in Visar. Visar was Scalpel's pride and joy. I can't imagine how it feels seeing it now. And what of the Visar Sentinels? Commander Scalpel trained them himself. Where are they now? There must be some survivors. If you can find even one, they would be a great asset, General.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be hard, isn't it? Damn, this game of hard difficulties. Fucking 105, 107, 108. Oh yeah, I gotta do all these before I can do story. 111. All right, I'll start from the top. I'm gonna do these 3 missions, and or 3 or 2. I don't know. I'll do one of them. I'm out of here. Scalpel's secret office. What the fuck? Sad about 2x? Yep.
You again. Why would you want to revisit here, of all places? Did you forget something?
Where did Scalpel and the princess meet? Well, I'm searching for something myself. Well, if you're curious.
What was he looking for?
There was this maid, Rosha.
You're looking for a maid.
She served Commander Scalpel, and you could say we knew each other.
Okay.
We wanted to leave this place and run away together. But now I don't know where she is. There was this one place. They were careful never to mention it to anyone. But I followed them once. Lost sight of them after they went beyond the gate, though.
Stop looking at me like that. People would pay good money to hear what I just told you.
Okay. Oh, I should have changed my drip. I've been rocking the same loadout for armor for ages. Oh, it's the area. Animal abilities. Work resilient. The fuck are you? Oh, that's not fun. Oh my god, bro. Every time I play this game, I gotta remember how much fucking damage these guys do. I forgot I'm on this damn difficulty. Wait, can I not parry him? Wait, what? Oh, I'm hallucinating. Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's unfun. What the fuck? Oh, that's an after image. Dude, this motherfucker does so much damage. I'm hallucinating again. God, bro. Do I really feel like doing this? What am I fighting? Bro, that guy's annoying. Okay, why does the mission start with a boss? That's kind of crazy, you know? Is this another corrupted enemy? Yo, they are not fucking around the endgame on this. It's another high-level enemy. I don't even know if I can kill this. This guy takes no damage. Oh, you can't parry that. Okay. Wait, so when he's white, I'm dead. Wow, okay, I died. I'm fucking running away. You've lost your fucking mind. Or not. Yeah, they are not gonna let me just get this for free, are they? This is not this is not going well. This is not going well. Good night, Super Ninja. Oh, this is a raid. Fuck, I have no more. Wait, these devs are sick. It's just a series of bosses. Oh my god, these devs are so fucking unserious. It's a series of just bosses. That's what this mission is. It's short, but like it's just a series of bosses in order in a straight line. This one's annoying because I can't hit him when he's white. Thanks for the raid home. What were you guys playing? Are we on deadlock? I don't know. No, deadlock kind of cooked right now because you can only do LQ. Oh, ranked. Why would you not want to play ranked though?
Corpses. That's all that's left here by the plague.
Standard separate. Yeah, but why would you not want to play ranked? You want to play standard? I guess, but. Okay. This mission is not it, bro. But I'm at the end of it, I think. So it's not that bad. I think. I have to be at the end of it because the gate's right there. I'm dead, GG's. I'm not dead. This plague shit is so annoying, bro. Calico and Viscous picked up Celeste. What is the current build for Celeste? Is it gun again or what? Or is it back to skill or what is it? That's my play. It was. She went back to skill with like a Torment Pulse. That shit was ass. What do they do to Billy? my goodness. Ugh. The fuck is this move? Was she dead? Where is she? What?
I can't believe it. That thing.
Oh.
Was my Rosha.
That was her?
I thought I'd find her if I followed you. I kept my distance so you wouldn't ask me to fight. That fight. Never seen anything like it. Lucky for me that device closed the door. And this room. Commander Scalpel used to vanish in here all the time. It's odd how he'd often study that bookshelf. Not really a bookworm as I recall.
Bookshelf. Guess it's just this one. Wait, we're not done? Up to the crevice. Seeing Ox hair? The fuck is this? We can. I'll look later. Can't right now. Anything down here? That's one mission down. Okay, next one. Maybe two more. Depending on the next one, how short it is or long. Anything to say?
Ozma has the ability to destroy souls. I can't believe I ever helped him. What a fool I was. He never told me what he really wanted.
I got played. The man's a sicko. Ugh. I think that match really gave me a bad headache. Oh god. That Rivals match earlier. I probably shouldn't have played one more. That last match was so stupid, bro. Oh my god, I just saw what you sent me. What the fuck? That's fucking crazy. She's in her prime again. That's all I'm hearing. What's up, Kazu? 126. I need to get the thingy for this. I don't know where it is. I'm about to find it. Wait, I was already? Yeah. The games? One every game except like 2. Or something like that. 2, 3, something like that. I'm definitely up though. The one match I lost, the fucking guy left the game. Someone left. Like, that shit was like he DC'd at the start of the match, like his internet. So I don't even know if I should even count that one. Could have got C2, but nah, we got off. Why are they exploding when they die? What the fuck is that? I need to start getting Blade Phantom shit. Okay. So that's duration. What's this one? Down attacks while using Phantom form. Ooh, these are both good. Damn, that's hard. Wait, I never binded this. What the fuck? What? Oh. Square? Okay, what was I doing? Oh. Still because I was getting Phantom stuff. Quick stuff in my skill tree. So this guy again? I'm dead, bro. Why does that do so much damage? Oh, when the shield breaks, she still has that? That shit is Mickey. That shit was so dumb. Well, I guess is, because she still has it. You literally just can't interact with her. It's insane. This game's gonna be long as hell. I'm at the end of it. I'm probably gonna beat it in like the next stream or two. Does Chaos just one-shot you in this game? I don't remember. I think I'm just gonna die to this. Oh wait, no, it just... Your max health is what it does. that's not good. I don't want to have to use that, but I don't think I have a choice. Let me check the other floor first before I continue. What's this? Shortcut? Is it? Where the fuck am I at? I don't know where I'm at anymore. Forget it. What happened with 2XKO? End of service. I'm lost. Oh, great. There ain't no way. That's exactly what's happening. Lack of players. This game is not doing as well as they want. Not making enough money from it. Shareholders at Riot has crazy high ass expectations. Clearly, they got some crazy ass expectations for the game. What type of expectations they had is just like not realistic for a fighting game. Because there's just no way. I hope they go back on the wood and say, fine, we'll give it like a year or something. But I don't think it's. I think it's too late. People already got laid off. No, I'm never gonna get to see Yone now. Yeah, it's gonna be so weird. They're gonna film all those videos, like the Lux trailer and Samira trailer, just for the game to get shut down. Oh, Bloodthirsty Fiend scroll. That's perfect for what I need. That's exactly what I need for this set. It's gonna be so awkward. Like, damn. Like, imagine like you're recording this shit and keep in mind you lost your job. Like, what? Yo, we need you to record the last gameplay trailer for this character. You're fired, by the way. But that's must be awkward as fuck. You're fired, by the way. But yeah, we need you to record this last little. It's crazy. We're going up or down? Oh, we're going up. Oh it's the boss room. I would like to do this first try, so I'm gonna use enhancements. Poison, I guess. I would like to not have to call that ladder over and over. Wait, you killed your boy. Oh, you're crazy. Those were brothers? Oh, cutscene. Those were brothers.
Berman, we're leaving for something really important.
Saban, Commander Scalpel wouldn't abandon us, would he?
Of course not. Once this is done, everything will be as it was.
Brother, please, be careful.
I'll be back soon, brother. I promise.
I love these. These are so nice.
Saban, you're back! I'm so glad you're safe.
Oh.
Saban? What happened? How?
Oh, nah.
It's okay, brother. Now I'm just like you.
Yikes. Any chest? Such an underrated game. Yeah, definitely one of the best games last year. Expedition swept everything though. Okay, well, one more. Going for true ending, going for whatever the hell I get. I don't know any of that stuff, so don't spoil me. I get what I get. Oh, whoops, wrong way. Alright, last mission, I'm out of here. It's getting pretty late. 108? Ooh. Oh, it's for the Phantom. What does he want me to do? It says I find a sword claiming its power. Okay, he wants me to find some sword or something. Sure, dude. Let's go get this sword or whatever. So there's a sword here. Go tree. Why are you here again? Are you following me? What's up, Bonsai?
You again, General. What brings you here now?
I'm looking for a sword.
Ah, I see.
So you're here to pilfer the legendary sword, are you? You've got that look in your eye again. The Lord here was my uncle, so technically the sword is mine now. I can't hand this sword out to just anyone. But if you were to make this place safer by dealing with the monsters, then perhaps I could be persuaded. They say not everyone can wield the sword. As far as I know, no one has actually seen it. Maybe you're chasing a wild goose.
Okay.
You didn't find that funny. Well, no need to be angry about it. Anyways, if you make this place safer, I'll tell you where it is. All right, I'll tell you. It's in the castle's underground tomb. But you still need me to unlock the door for you. After my uncle died, some mage was put in charge of this place. But then that insane fellow started bringing in mutated corpses.
What the fuck?
Now, it smells like death, literally, and is full of monsters.
Oh, let's get to work, I guess. Can't be that bad. Oh, good thing I have this undead thing. Motherfuckers can not revive. You're a fucking loser. That's what you get. Okay. Oh, what's this? Sword down there. Feels like a fake wall, but it's not. Can't jump from there. Why is there so many like crazy ass pits and shit? Oops. What? Yeah, I think we can beat this game next stream. Or next time I play it. I don't want to promise next stream, but you get what I mean. Ghost Twin Blades. Conrad the Swift. Okay. Doesn't do anything? Oh, it's just for the trap. Where do I go now? Let's see. So we did this. I didn't mean to do that. We did this and unlock that. Anything over here won't do anything. I have to backtrack, I guess. Yeah. Interesting dungeon layout. Oh, that's crazy. That still hit me. That's where I came from. That's the spawner. But up top. Fire enhancers. The fakest looking dope I've ever seen. Was I supposed to ride the side? Oh yeah, I was. Okay. fuck? Oh, that was less start than I thought. That almost killed me.
So many monsters here. Ever since that mage arrived. We've got to seal off the castle.
Ever since that mage arrived. So how do I knock this down? I just spear or cut the chain? Oh, I can. Path of the Fallen.
How did you lose the sword?
We started a war many years ago in the Netherworld.
Oh my god, this guy again.
Stop the sword being taken. We sent it to the floor.
Oh, this guy is so annoying, bro. Oh, my fucking controls are inverted because it's hallucination bullshit. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Strategist ring. Strategist? Okay. Bro. Anything back here? Nope. That's a fake wall, but I don't think it is.
The sword is near. We can almost feel it in our hands.
Whatever sword this is better be good. Faint golden cube, nice. The fuck? Go drop down. I can't believe that killed me. Fuck. I didn't even realize it killed me until I saw my transformation turn. I'm like, what? Shit actually killed me. Crushed Dream Scroll. Crushed Dream Set. That Jarling just spoiled me. Said perhaps it could be 3 possible endings to the story. This motherfucker just spoiled me?
What's going on? Raoul's skin's turned purple. and he killed his servant.
Ismar's Conquest. Yeah, whatever that is over there can't be worth it. There's no way. What is this? Oh, that's a boss. Fuck.
Actually did it. The doors opened. I've been here for a while, but back there. You know, where I knew I'd be safe. Go on. Oh, damn it, that smell. Let's get out of here. If you make it out alive, let me know if the sword is the genuine article.
Okay. Anything over here? That sword better be good. If it's not, I'm pretty sad. Oh, ghost hill. Oh, wait, is that the one? No, actually, no. That's not for mine. Never mind. Fuck, that was for my.
And don't come complaining to me if it's not.
Yeah. It's not for the one I use. God damn it. Which one is that one for? I think it's for... Wait, which one is it for? Oh, it's for this one. Phantom Gauge gain. Eh. I like the stamina recovery rate on this one. This one's really good.
Finally, the transcendental sword.
Oh, who the fuck are you? Oh, these guys are annoying. Damn it, I did too fast. Makes it late. Okay. Is that it? That wasn't that bad. What the fuck is that?
If I can endure this pain, then the sword's
Is he
power will be
experimenting on himself to be able to whiff this, lift the sword, or what? What? The fuck? Oh, it's the sword of the phantom thingy. It's just basically a spawn. The campfires that we use.
Why? Why won't it move? The sword will call forth your past, your regrets. You must overcome it.
Oh, it's a boss? That was a mini boss? Oh shit. Wait, I didn't heal though.
Khazan.
Oh, it's you again.
Kill me again.
Don't tell me I have to fight like every single boss I fought already in this game. Oh, what the fuck? They about to make me do a boss rush gauntlet or some shit. I forgot how to fucking fight this girl, bro. Can I charge this? That shit did 12k down. I forgot to fight her. That's.
Will not be yours.
Is she gatekeeping the fucking sword? Can we not gatekeep, please? Let me eat, bro. That's crazy. How's she gatekeeping? Man, I had no heals because I literally just finished fighting a different boss. Bringing this boss back is cancer, bro, because she does that to me every time. Oh my gosh, she just grabs you. I forgot she does that. Oh, that's not good. Oh no, I'm gonna be stuck on this for a while, I feel. Nah, this boss is... Oh no. I tried 1 or 2 more times. Tired as fuck. I'm just gonna do this next stream. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I hate this boss because every time she posture breaks you, she runs, tackles you, and slams you on the floor like that. I'm dead. Yeah, nah. I'm doing this next year. I don't feel like doing this right now. I don't feel like doing this shit right now. Chat, I'm out of here, bro. I'll catch you guys later. I don't feel like doing that girl right now, bro. Oh god, that boss was annoying as shit the first time I fought her. I don't want to fight that girl again, bro. Oh lordy, bro. Nah. That one, oof. Oh no. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna catch you guys later. We'll be back later today with some more. I don't know what we're gonna do. We definitely should probably try out the Tokon patch next stream. So yeah, because they just dropped a patch today and it's coming out tomorrow. So I would definitely like to give that a try next stream. So yeah, hope you guys did enjoy the stream. I will catch you guys later, and I don't know if there's anything else I'm gonna do. I don't know, maybe we might beat a query as well. Oh shit. Anyway, okay, so yeah, see ya.